Hello. Hello, I'm Mayor Drew Combs, and welcome to the January 28th special and regular City Council meeting. This is a hybrid meeting with City Council, city staff, and members of the public participating virtually and in City Council chambers. Please note public comment speaker time may be limited if there are more than 10 speakers on an item. That will move on to roll call. I would like to introduce City Council members and staff present. In chambers are myself, Mayor Drew Combs, Vice Mayor Betsy Nash, City Council members Jeff Schmidt and Jennifer Wise. City Council member Cecilia Taylor is participating remotely under Assembly Bill 2449, Just Cause. And I think I'll give it to Councilmember Taylor to provide the additional reasoning, right? Is that enough? And
that works for me, Mayor Combs, unless the city clerk or the city attorney says otherwise.
no, they're saying that was good.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
I think Mayor Combs, City Councilmember Taylor just need to provide just a general reason that falls under AP 2449 Just Cause.
Thank you. I am not feeling well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. In accordance with government code and the city council procedures manual, when one or more city council members participates remotely, agenda items requiring action will be voted on using roll call. This evening, the roll call vote will be taken in alphabetical order using legal first name with the mayor voting last. Staff present include City Manager Justin Murphy, City Attorney Nero Doherty, and Deputy City Clerk Sarah Sandoval. Deputy Clerk Sandoval, would you please provide instructions to the City Council and members of the public on how the meeting will proceed?
Thank you, Mayor Combs. For anyone in attendance at this evening's meeting, there are a few ways you can make public comment. If you are in person with us in the City Council chambers, we'll ask that you fill out a public comment card at the back table and return it to the clerk's desk. If you are joining us virtually on Zoom, we ask that you use the raise hand feature if you'd like to make public comment. And lastly, if you are dialing in on a landline or cell phone, you'll be able to raise your hand by pressing *9. Thank you, Mayor Combs. That concludes the instructions.
Okay, next are closed session items. Deputy City Clerk Sandoval, please call for public comment for closed session items C1, C2, and C3.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. Happy to. If we have anyone present at the meeting who would like to make a public comment on our closed session items, C1, closed session conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code 54957.6 regarding labor negotiations with the Menlo Park Police Sergeants Association. C2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, and conference C3, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. Please go ahead and fill out a public comment card, return it to the clerk's desk. If you are online, please raise your hand using the raise hand feature at the bottom of the screen, or if you are dialing in from a landline or cell phone, please press *9 to raise your hand. This will be our last call for public comment on closed session items C1, C2, or C3. Mayor Combs, we have no hands. Please continue.
Okay, with that, the City Council will adjourn to closed session and reconvene at 6:30.
Okay, City Councilmember Taylor, if you could turn on your video. I believe we have everybody back from closed session. Thank you so much. Mayor Combs, whenever you're ready.
Great. Thank you, Deputy Clerk Sandoval. Hello, I'm Mayor Drew Combs, and we are reconvening the special and regular January 28th City Council meeting. This is a hybrid meeting with City Council, city staff, and members of the public participating virtually and in City Council chambers. Please note public comment speaker time may be limited if there are more than 10 speakers on an item. We'll go to roll call. I would like to reintroduce City Council members and staff present. In chambers are myself, Mayor Drew Combs, Vice Mayor Betsy Nash, City Council members Jeff Schmidt and Jennifer Wise. City Council member Cecilia Taylor is participating remotely under Assembly Bill 2449, Just Cause. In accordance with Government Code and the City Council Procedural Manual, when one or more City Council members participates remotely, agenda items requiring action will be voted on using roll call. This evening, the roll call vote will be taken in alphabetical order using legal first name with the mayor voting last. Staff present include City Manager Justin Murphy, City Attorney Nira Doherty, and Deputy City Clerk Sarah Sandoval. Deputy Clerk Sandoval, would you please provide instructions to the City Council and members of the public on how the meeting will proceed?
Thank you, Mayor Combs. For everyone in attendance this evening, if you're interested in making a public comment, there are a few ways you'll be able to do that. For those in chambers, feel free to fill out a public comment card at this table at the back and return it to me at the clerk's desk. If you are attending online, you can always use the raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen to indicate that you'd like to make a public comment. And if you are calling in from a landline or cell phone, you can also raise your hand by pressing *9. Thank you, Mayor Combs.
Thank you, Deputy Clerk Sandoval. I'd like to introduce City Attorney Nira Doherty to report out from closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's no reportable action.
Thank you. Agenda review provides advance notice to members of the public and city staff of any modifications to the agenda order and any requests from city council members. Does the city council wish to pull any items from the consent calendar or informational items? Okay. I'd like to reorder the agenda, bringing item M1 related to City Councilmember Schmidt's initiated item after the consent calendar. Is there support from the City Council for this move? Okay, thank you. Does the City Council desire to modify the order of any other agenda item? Okay. With that, we'll go on to general public comment. Under public comment, the public may address the City Council on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the City Council once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. Speaker time will be limited to 2 minutes if there are more than 10 speakers. You are not required to provide your name or city of residence, but it is helpful. The City Council cannot act on items not listed on the agenda other than to provide general comments, and therefore the City Council cannot respond to non-agenda items. Again, other than general comment and general information. Deputy Clerk Sandoval, please call for general public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. At this time, if anyone would like to make a public comment on items not listed on the agenda for this evening, please go ahead and fill out a speaker card and bring it to me at the clerk's desk. If you're online, please raise your hand using the raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen or press *9 now. Mayor Combs, we currently have 12 speakers for general public comment.
Okay, so then we'll limit it to 2 minutes, correct?
Okay. Yes, we can do that.
Okay.
Okay, our first speaker will be Wendy McPherson.
I live in Menlo Park.
Just if you could bring the mic down just a little bit so we can.
I'm a little bit shorter. I live in Menlo Park, and I'm here to support low, very low, and moderate income housing, which I've always supported, being on the Housing Commission for many years. I'm also in support of building these units close to stores, restaurants, and public transportation. I am not in support of putting many of our downtown businesses out of business. I'm in support of not being able to attract I'm not in support of not being able to attract new business due to lack of parking. I built and ran a small business for 5 years in Palo Alto. I know a lot about the availability of parking. It is a make or break deal for a small retailer. If my store had no parking or very limited parking for a year, coupled with the disruption of high-intensity noise and constant debris, we would have been out of business in that year. To say that these 3 parking lots are surplus is completely incorrect. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Jennifer Pollock.
Hi, I live in downtown Menlo Park, and I'm for smart growth, I would say, in high-density areas along transportation corridors. With regard to the 2 parking lots in downtown Menlo Park, I think it would be great to have some mixed use going on where you go down and up, like other cities, Palo Alto, the area around Cal Ave. So you can provide parking for the downtown businesses, as Wendy said, and provide below market rate housing in the middle, retail on the ground floor, and perhaps penthouse apartments on the top to solve some of the issues with regard to seniors who want to stay in the area and have means and can do that, so that the whole thing pencils for a developer. So 2 layers underground, 1 retail, 2 below market rate, penthouse on top.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Peter Banzaf.
Good evening, Council. Peter Banzoff. I'm one of the property owners at 4055 Bohannon Drive. Thank you for having your civil service. I'm here tonight because we received multiple calls from our security system for having people trespassing on our buildings recently. This is kind of an ongoing situation around a parking ordinance that's in our neighborhood that's come up in February. I've reached out to most of you and want to continue to provide multiple elements of what's going on in this neighborhood and how we can work together to resolve it. But right now we're running into a situation where our neighbors are citing having things stolen from their property. Menlo Park PD has told us that, there are multiple residents have been presented with a variety of solutions for more permanent housing, but that hasn't been taken up. So we're kind of treading on, a situation here that is just getting worse by the day. When we bought this building in 2022, we had to accommodate for a certain amount of off-site parking. This way, parking in the street, we had to redo the street as part of our project. That parking is no longer available to us. We have 6 RVs in front of our building, and we're having a situation where our neighbors are kind of rallying together against this issue. So I'd like to reach out, have individual conversations with each of you, kind of explain what's going on, see if there's a way that we can advance the parking ordinance that's coming up in February and go forward from there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Brad Van Ling.
Hi, my name is Brad Van Ling. I've been a resident of Menlo Park since 1994, and I wanted to address the death of downtown Menlo Park. And I say that with all earnest because I've watched our neighboring cities from Mountain View to San Mateo revitalize their downtown into beautiful, vibrant places where residents, professional workers, and retailers all thrive. A primary example of that is downtown Redwood City, which was formerly known as Deadwood City. I'm also in the real estate business, and I know that for a fact that tenants looking for office space in the peninsula skip Menlo Park regularly because it's no longer a vibrant and accommodating city. You don't create that by jamming residential units in a downtown area. You create it by smart planning. And by that, I mean, it's okay to go up. Retail, 3 or 4 levels of office, and some residential on top in your downtown core on Santa Cruz Avenue. Residential, high density residential along Menlo Avenue and Oak Grove Avenue to accommodate development. And then you can put I would propose that you propose low income housing somewhere west of Menlo Park, south of Marsh Road. And I would propose that maybe you go try and talk to some of the owners out there. Those buildings are old, dilapidated, in need of redevelopment. I'm sure they would horse trade you high-density residential development in those areas for very low-priced land in which you could develop very nice low-income housing. Keep downtown vibrant by allowing office uses in downtown, which provides the needed income and needed business to survive throughout the day. Restaurants don't survive on one meal a day, which is what you guys have effectively done by not allowing dense development in the downtown core. It works in downtown Palo Alto. It works in downtown Redwood City, downtown Mountain View, San Mateo, and San Carlos. All you have to do is go visit them and see how smart planning actually works. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Joe Ellis.
Hi, this council decided to take 3 of the 6 available downtown lots for housing when there are 5 surface parking lots right here at the Civic Center. This should not be an either-or decision. Housing with underground parking should be distributed across both downtown and Civic Center locations. We all need to be willing to give up something to make this happen. Choosing to put 100% of the housing in downtown smacks of NIMBYism by this council. And it is staggering to me that you can conceive of removing parking lots that are almost 100% full by 10 a.m. every weekday. And yes, I have the videos to prove that statement. Why is it okay? Sorry, I had to run to get here. Why is it okay to permanently inconvenience your residents, disrupt, decimate downtown retailers and businesses, and jam apartment blocks between existing buildings, but not build on parking lots that would inconvenience our civic leaders, city employees, and staff? So let's include the Civic Center parking lot sites in the RFQ. Building at the Civic Center is the least disruptive option. Put a parking garage under Burgess, preserving surface parking for disabled and loading zones. Close off Alma as the staging area. With housing at the Civic Center, quality of life for residents will be higher with amenities and space outside their back doors. What will residents downtown look at outside their windows, the back of stores and shops? What if there's a fire? How will we get fire trucks between buildings in tight spaces? Improving Menlo Park's traffic circulation is also a priority. Revisit grade separation with the train tracks. You guys keep kicking this can down the road, and in time, this will lead to more road rage, gridlock, and accidents. Have you watched cars trying to enter and exit Trader Joe's parking lot onto Menlo Avenue when school lets out? Taking away 3 parking lots north of Santa Cruz will only increase the chances of a fatality along Menlo Avenue, and the blood will be on your hands. 0.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Alex Beltramo.
Good evening, Council. I'm Alex Beltramo, Menlo Park resident. I'm going to read a group statement made by 116 downtown businesses located in buildings that are adjacent to the downtown parking plazas. Dear Mayor Combs and members of the City Council, we, as downtown businesses, oppose the use of parking lots for high-density housing because it would impede our ability to serve the community. We hope you will consider alternative locations for affordable housing. Our businesses depend on it. Respectfully, 360 Fitness, A Touch of Elegance, Abbey Carpet, Accent on Eyewear, Aesthetics, Afterwards, Ada Makeup Studio, Alok Aurora DMD, Andrea Yaley DDS, Angela Boutique, Arthur Sharif, Avant Optometry, Bagel Street Cafe, Baskin Robbins, Belkin Architects, Bijou, Bistro Vita, Bow Wow Meow, Care Indeed, Charlie Porter Insurance, Coffee Bar, Cold Store Creamery, Compass, Doll Dental Practice, Derby Interiors, Design Matters, Dirty Birds Collective, DJ Harris Design, Drager's Market, Fleet Feet, Gallery House, Jerry's Cakes, Jatan, Gould Jacobson Dermatology, Grace Acupuncture, Gray's Paint, the Hagman Group, the Hair Mill, Healthy Horizons, Hunter Douglas Gallery, the Industry Hair Artists, Innovations for Learning at J. Hilburn, Casey Bradford CPA, Kendra Spa, Kaika Media, La Honda Advisors, La Miclora Salon, Lastanza Cucina, Law Office of Arthur Wheel, Law Office Peter Sur, Law Office Brian Newcomb, Levant Dessert, Luminaire, Luxuriant Realty, Mademoiselle Colette, The Main Gallery, McNair Group, medical aesthetics, Menlo Art Cleaners, Menlo Asset Management, Menlo Atherton Reviewers, Menlo Cafe, Menlo Flooring, Menlo Joe's Shoe Repair, Menlo Oaks Capital, Menlo Optical, Menlo Park Academy of Dance, Menlo Park Ace Hardware, Menlo Shirt Laundry, Menlo Suite, Menlo Research Institute, Menlo Mike's Camera, Miss International, Mountain Mike's Pizza, MPX Strength Studio, Mrs. Khan Cuisine, Neil Dahl Jewelers, Oak Grove Chiropractic, The Old World Designs, The Oriental Carpet, Pacific Peninsula Group, Park Avenue Salon, Peabody Gallery, Penny French Laundry, Peterson Learning, Piccola Bella Hair Design, Play Steps for Developing Kids, Posh Bagel, Glenn Gittiso DDS, Red Lantern Cycles, Repeater, Ristorante Carpaccio, Rococo and Taupe, Rollins Realty, Roma, Royal Nail Salon, Ruby Living Design, Saw Orthopedics, Shipolsky and Associates, S.J. Wiggins, Sky Nail Salon, Soft Reboot Wellness, Saluna Skincare, Beachy Learning Center, Stacks, Stephen Miller Gallery, Subway, Sullivan Design Studio, Sultana Mediterranean, Tabarex Orthodontics, Tech Loop, and Yves Delorme. If I might, 20 seconds for a quick comment. These businesses and their thousands of people they employ and the tens of thousands of people that they serve depend on the parking lots to be parking lots. Our downtown is just enough space and just enough access to be a successful business district, but there is not enough space nor enough access to also have housing developments in the parking lots. To think that we can do both is a nice thought, but in Menlo Park, it will not work. We will lose our businesses. We need a better plan. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Lauren Dockin.
Good evening and thank you. A couple things. One, can we open up Santa Cruz Avenue? It's great to have the sidewalk parking. There's plenty of space there, sidewalk seating. There's plenty of space, but there's an extra layer that won't allow cars to come through, but there is a bike lane. So it would be fantastic if we could open that back up. I hope you would consider that. The next thing is, just like everybody else, we're not against affordable housing. To have it downtown in these parking lots would just be awful. I was just skimming around public records today and I found a couple things that might be of interest. I mean, there's a park up on Branner. It's a 100,000 square foot lot. Take half of it, leave it as a park, take 50,000 square feet, that's over an acre, make it housing. According to county records, behind the Ronald McDonald House, you have roughly 3.74 acres that run along the creek. It's west side. Can that be developed? Can part of it be developed? We've talked about Civic Center, but also at 333 Burgess, you have 2.35 acres for public works. Let's take part of that. So I would just hope that we can consider other spots besides destroying the downtown parking lots, and I hope that we can give it some strong consideration. We're here to work with you. We want to make this work. And please reach out to the people that Alex just talked about. We're all here to help. We will all jump in. And if you help us get behind you, we can make a scenario where everyone wins. So thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Keith Quiggins.
Good evening. I'm a business owner here in downtown Menlo Park. I own Rococo and Taupe, and I'm also the current president of the Menlo Park Design District, which we pounded out of the ground and tried to attract more customers and businesses to downtown Menlo Park. The idea of stripping the parking away from the businesses here is one of the worst decisions that could be made of those properties. It's not about not having the housing that's needed. It's about putting it in the appropriate place. If that housing is put in those parking lots, it will completely kill downtown. It will be a ghost town or just a bunch of cheap shops that nobody's going to want to go to anyway. I don't understand why Santa Cruz is still closed in front of Bistro Vita and Left Bank. It seems ridiculous that they're being given additional benefits from the city that other businesses don't have. They're not paying for that land. The street should be open. I talked to several people recently that said, oh, I don't even bother coming through downtown because I can't get to El Camino going that way. So I go on University or whatever. I do think that we need to do smart planning, as it was mentioned before. If you want to rezone downtown areas to be more like Santana Row, where we have underground parking, retail, residential above it, let these old cruddy buildings be redeveloped, fine. There was a talk a few years ago with Betsy in front of Walgreens there about a facade abatement program. I've heard nothing about that since that meeting. There needs to be an upgrade of downtown, incentivize the building owners to actually spend money on their properties and make it more like Burlingame. That's a huge success. Or look at how Mountain View, where I live, is treating their housing element and really taking it to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Joe Bentley.
Good evening. Thanks for your time. You know, I've got to tell you, I really, really want to help you. I mean, I really want to help you. And I'll tell you, without trust, you guys are toast. And I really feel, and I'm very connected to my community. I work and live here forever. And I think that your trust is at the lowest it could possibly be. And I really believe the solution comes with two simple acts. You know, any power or position that you think you have, give it back to the people, number one. Number two, ask for help. You're going to get both in volumes. You've got to get in tune with your community. This is a community that is unbelievable. You will get so many vivacious, great creative ideas. What's the rush? You know, and with the Southern California fires, that's $1 trillion at least. You know, what's up? And what's the ultimate cost going to be when this is completed? What a great cause. Let's do it. But let's do it with the best planning and the best thoughts. You know, my suggestion, give it to the end of Q1, get a ton of ideas. So April 1st, publish them, and then let's decide. And I think lastly, I don't ever want to tell anybody how to do their job. You have to empower the public. You will get help this way, more so than you will ever realize. I truly mean this. But I think your fiduciary duty, you know, I use fiduciary duty. I don't concentrate on that. I concentrate on my standard of care. Where is your standard of care? And I believe that your fiduciary duty, as I see it, and I may be wrong. Are you willing to be wrong? Your fiduciary duty is to get the highest percentage of the public to agree at the ultimate destination. You know, that's as good as you're going to get. And that's what we're asking you to do for us and the public. Thanks for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Patricia Briscoe. Patricia, you should be able to unmute and speak.
There we go. Okay, so I had written a letter to the town council last week after I had attended the meeting, of which I was actually quite discouraged after listening to this meeting. I'm not going to read my letter that I wrote to you because I feel very concisely, this is not about affordable housing. It is about the location of the housing. You cannot build housing at the cost of your merchants downtown. You cannot build housing at the cost of the ambiance of downtown. And you cannot build housing knowing that you are going against the will of the people who elected you to represent them. There were 3,000 names rejecting this plan and 300 who agreed to it. And yet the town council passed this 5-0. What kind of representation is that to the people who live in Menlo Park. I wish you would just reconsider everything you're doing. As Joe Bentley just said, take a breath, step back, and let's think about relocating this housing. We all want affordable housing. That's not the question. The question is location. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker, it will be David. David, you should be able to unmute.
Yes, hello, David Seaton. So I feel like the irreversible damage has already been done to the downtown. It's always needed a facelift, in my opinion, but now new leases aren't going to get signed. Current leases aren't going to get renewed. Restaurants aren't going to want to sign a lease knowing that for 2 years they might be shut down. But you guys not including other locations in this study, you guys are doing damage to downtown that will never be able to be made up for. And it's really reckless of you guys to be doing that. And, you know, it's very confusing to me that you guys talk so much about Newsom mandating affordable housing, which is true, but there's nowhere where it says that it needs to be spread out all over a community. But yet you guys make it seem like you conflate that with the fact that you guys have affordable housing on the east side, so we need it in west side, we need it in downtown, we need to spread it out into all different communities in Menlo Park, and that is not good planning. Nowhere does it say that. You guys are just conflating that. And then the third thing is I kept hearing in the last meeting that none of the stakeholders want affordable housing at the Civic Center, even though everybody in the community knows common sense. It has libraries and fields and everything that kids and people need to be healthy right there. And so then I hear that none of the stakeholders want it. So then I reflect, who are the stakeholders? The library, Parks and Recs, you and your staff, the city council. You guys are the ones that don't want it. Because otherwise it's a no-brainer that is the best spot in the whole community. Yeah, worry about other projects down the road, but get this done. You guys are mandated. You guys are playing games. You're playing with fire by trying to get creative and ruining other good things that are already happening when you have a location that there's already support behind. And so, you know, in my opinion, it's really the only thing I could think of is you guys, we're playing checkers and you guys are playing chess, and you know that, and you're trying to make people so mad that then you're going to move back to the Civic Center and you're going to have overwhelming support because people are going to be so thankful that it wasn't this terrible plan to ruin downtown. And if that's the case, then you guys are brilliant if you're really going in that direction. Other than that, I cannot fathom why you guys are potentially ruining the downtown and not being more strategic about your decision to include other properties in this request that was agreed to last meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment.
Okay, our next speaker will be Sherry Zaslowski. Sherry, you should be able to unmute.
Okay, thank you. So, council members, Mayor Combs and council members, I'm concerned about unintended consequences. And I think all the people you've heard so far speaking about the plan to put housing in our parking lots are also concerned about unintended consequences that we can foresee. And so we are here to help you to foresee those as well and prevent the negative possible consequences. Now, we just heard Alex Beltramo read a long list of businesses that will need to close if this goes through. And one of the big arguments that people who support it are forwarding is that we want the lower income people who work here in Menlo Park to live here. Well, guess what? If you build this, they already will lose their jobs. So the people who would be moving in are not people who work here. There will be no place for the lower skilled workers because you would have demolished our businesses. And that's a big unintended consequence that we need to prevent. Also, a word about this idea that people should live and work in the same place. That's antithetical to the whole concept of suburbs. People wanted to live in a quiet, tranquil area and own a home rather than living in a dense urban city center where the best jobs were. So they worked there and they commuted to their homes. That's not hardship. That's actually a blessing for us that we can do that. So please also keep that in mind, council members. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Pam Jones.
Good evening, Council. Pam Jones, a longtime resident of Menlo Park. And to me, it is important that we have a vibrant downtown. And I know it's been challenging for a number of years and even before COVID. But I am curious and concerned that when I read an article that says there's 3 businesses that have been evicted, have to be out by the end of the month. One of the businesses has been there for 25 years. And that's in addition to another business that's leaving at the end of the month. So that's 4 businesses in January that for whatever reason, their leases were not renewed. And it wasn't that the people didn't want to renew them. So I think it's a lot more complicated than sometimes we make it, it's made to be, people think about it. But there's a lot that needs to be looked at, but I have to go back to what I said at the previous meeting. And that is over 2 years, these discussions went on about all of the locations in Menlo Park that were suitable for housing. And it is important that we all, as residents of Menlo Park, are paying attention as things go along and don't wait until we have something that deeply affects us personally, that we look at everything as a whole. And that was one of the things that the city did an excellent job with the housing element, and which took a lot of work because they had to do a lot of revisions. But again, it's concerning to me about downtown and what I hear. It's concerning that businesses are being evicted. That doesn't make sense to me if we're really trying to maintain a vibrant downtown. Maybe with the number of businesses that we already have that were read off, that we really don't need those 4 businesses. I don't know. It doesn't make sense. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our final speaker on this item will be Colette. Colette, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
Hi. I again want to go back to the safety. I listened in on the fire board meeting the other day. He said that they're going to assess it. The parking lots seem to be a very challenging location. Access seems to be limited. There seems to be multiple impacts on traffic off of El Camino and Santa Cruz Avenue that he stated they were going to look into. So that's something that I also wanted to state. And then also I wanted to state that I think we should continue to revamp the downtown regardless of if this housing project goes through. That's something that needs to happen anyways, and that's something that I think we should look into doing. Finally, my last comment is I am concerned about where the city is going to come up with the funds for the replacement parking. I think it was like 564 parking spaces, and I just from basic calculations, I estimate that at about $80 million. So I am concerned about that. and just hope that they would explore the Civic Center.
Paulette, are you finished with your comment?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mayor Combs, that concludes our general public comment for item H.
All right, thank you, Deputy Clerk Sandoval. Providing a general response to a couple of the comments, I do want to share that the city staff has been engaged in assisting some of the local businesses that it's been in the news who have been evicted or received eviction notices. The city staff has been engaged in trying to provide new locations for those businesses. Obviously, lots of moving parts there, and ultimately those efforts may not be successful. But the city has engaged and is attempting to help those businesses secure new locations and in the city. I also, in response to the Santa Cruz Avenue closure of traffic going directionally east, if I could check in with the staff, because I honestly don't recall, is that a pilot or where there was some designated return date for council to check in on that? Or was the vote on that just that this is what would be in place and it's not scheduled to return to council as far as you're aware? Is there anyone able to answer that question?
Mayor, I'll take a stab at it, and if I don't get it right, someone else can help chime in. But my recollection is that it was not based off a pilot with a certain end date. There was, as it relates to Santa Cruz Avenue, there were general plan changes, other changes that, even though it was kind of contemplated as potentially temporary or things like that, to go through that process, it needed to be considered permanent. So the effect is that it's permanent. That's not to say that at some point in time it could be revisited, but there's no pilot end date. The exception to that is related to Ryan's Lane, which was also covered at the same time. That's on a totally different timeline, somewhat contingent upon the construction of Clark's Restaurant and the impact on Carpaccio's next door. So that is the one that does have some timelines and some milestones coming up.
Okay, and that is my understanding of the history also, for what it's worth. So just in response to those residents who had some comment about Santa Cruz, in following and in alignment with our procedure, I will submit a request that the city council revisit that issue, the closure of Santa Cruz. And so the process is that I'll submit that request, and then it'll be agendized to come to council. And if two of my colleagues support that request, then it will be agendized as an item to be discussed. And so, so for those who had a comment on that, I will request that that the council consider looking into and revisiting the closure of Santa Cruz Avenue. With that, we'll move on to proclamations and presentations. We have one presentation this evening, HIP Housing, which is a calendar contest. Deputy Clerk Sandoval, please call for public comment on this item.
Happy to. Thank you, Mayor Combs. If anyone would like to make public comment on item I1, presentation, HIP Housing Calendar Contest, please return a speaker card to me here at the clerk's desk, or if you are online, press the raised hand feature or dial *9 now if you are on a landline or cell phone. This will be our last call for public comment on item I1. Seeing no hands, please continue, Mayor Combs.
Thank you, Clerk Sandoval. Here to introduce the item is HIP Housing Board Member Brian Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I want to thank you so much for this opportunity tonight to talk about HIP Housing and affordable housing provider here in San Mateo County. I also want to note on the agenda that this is not a CEQA item. I can't tell you how relieved I was to realize it's not a CEQA involved. HIP Housing is a small nonprofit affordable housing provider, and each night 1,200 people in San Mateo County are housed through HIPS programs. Here in Menlo Park, during 2023 and 2024 fiscal year, we served 165 residents. This included 52 tenants housed under our property management division. We have a apartment building on Willow Avenue, one on Coleman, and we have a house on Chilco. Also includes 32 individuals helped through our new housing readiness program, 13 persons who applied to the home sharing program, which is a very good program for the seniors who have extra housing and want to rent a room to a safe and responsible tenant. And we also helped 2 persons through families, through our self-sufficiency program. I wanted to take a moment. I looked up this morning the kinds of people who are helped by HIP Housing's affordable housing projects. And in order to do that, you can either refer to numbers about what affordable housing refers to, or you can do it through real jobs. I went to Indeed.com this morning, and as examples of the kinds of real people we would be housing in our developments, there is a current job listing on Indeed.com for a caregiver urgently required. That person would earn $20 to $25 an hour. That person would be income eligible for HIP Housing's developments. There's an advertisement for a reception administrator at a medical clinic in Redwood City, $25 to $28 an hour, also income eligible for HIP Housing. A lead nature instructor, $25 to $28 an hour. A dishwasher, you would expect, would be eligible, income eligible for HIP Housing. You might wonder about whether or not the restaurant server at Stanford Park Hotel would be income eligible. That person would earn $17.52 an hour. Even if he or she doubled their salary through tips, they would still be income eligible for projects that HIP Housing owns or manages, as well as an assistant teacher at Alpha Kids Academy. So the types of people for whom we are providing housing are urgently needed workers within our community. All of us are valuable people within our community. These are urgently needed people, and they do important jobs within our community. There's also a program that I wanted to focus on for just a moment for Menlo Park in particular, because this city is the site of our self-sufficiency program, and it's a remarkable program. On Chilco Avenue, we have a house where 2 families are living together. This is a program which allows those families to go from poverty to relative security within the relative lightning speed of about 18 months to 36 months. And they do it by signing a contract with HIP Housing that leads to them being educated in the current job market needs. And I will give you an example. This isn't from Chilco because I don't have those figures, but from one of our other projects. Family A consists of a mother, father, and 2 children. The mother is pursuing a degree in nursing. Family B consists of a mother and 1 child. The family is in a radiology tech program. Family C consists of a mother and 1 child. The mother is pursuing a degree in nursing. I got my board packet the other day. We also had two graduates recently in this self-sufficiency program with masters in clinical social work and one with a master's in psychology. All of these people sheltered within the HIP Housing self-sufficiency programs, largely paid for by county funds and some federal money, and they all move into the job market. So if you're ever at Stanford Hospital and your nurse is doing a good job while you're unfortunately in the ICU, it's possible that that person earned their degree while being sheltered at HIP Housing in the self-sufficiency program. Finally, let me mention tonight that one of the other roles that HIP Housing plays in our community is to educate about the need for affordable housing. And that's why we run the calendar contest each year. Each of you has been provided a calendar. I'm going to hold it up for the audience, and the clerk can give you a colorful calendar if anyone in the population in the audience would like. There were 500 submissions from children grades kindergarten through 5th from throughout the county. And from that, 12 winners were selected, 1 for each month, obviously, and 1 for the cover. These children were asked to explain to them what housing meant to them. And I particularly enjoyed December, so I'm just going to very briefly read it to you because I'm sure that represents the sentiment of many children in Menlo Park as well. This person happens to be a 5th grader in Foster City. My home is a candy land where memories and dreams are as sweet as chocolate, and love is sprinkled everywhere like colorful candies. It's a place where I can be myself, wrapped in cozy blankets with my stuffies, and share happy moments with my family. Home is the most precious gift in the world. So we want to thank, HIP Housing wishes to thank the Menlo Park City Council, its staff, and the Menlo Park community for its longstanding participation in our programs, its longstanding support. And hopefully we'll be back next year with a colorful calendar and even more statements about success within the community. Happy to answer any questions you might have about HIP housing, which by the way stands for Human Investment Project. You can understand why we shortened it to HIP. Are there any questions that I can answer?
Are there any questions for Mr. Perkins? Really cool calendar. Thank you.
Thank you so
very
much.
And
Thank you,
obviously,
Jill.
the kids are adorable.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks. Oh, I'm sorry. The Vice Mayor has a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Not a question, just thank you so much for coming and telling us more about the program and also giving real faces to the numbers. I think that's really important to hear about the people who are housed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
With that, we'll move on to the consent calendar. Under the consent calendar, the City Council may take action to approve routine business items in one motion unless a City Council member, city staff member, or a member of the public requests that an item be discussed or continued to a later date. Deputy Clerk Sandoval, do we have any public comments on the consent calendar?
Thank you, Mayor Combs. We're now accepting public comment for the consent calendar, item J1, accepting City Council meeting minutes for December 17th, 2024 and January 13th, 2025. If you're in the chambers and you'd like to make a public comment, please bring a speaker card to the clerk's desk. If you're online, please press the raise hand feature, or if you are dialing in, please press *9. This will be our final call for public comment on the consent calendar, item J1. Seeing no hands, Mayor Combs, please continue.
All right, thank you, Deputy Clerk Sandoval. So bringing it back to the dais, are there any comments, questions, or a motion as it relates to the consent calendar item? Oh, sorry, Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. A motion to approve?
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? Oh, we're not.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilmember Taylor and a second from the Vice Mayor, and it's going to be real call. That's but like. Oh, no.
Okay. So I have a motion from City Councilmember Taylor and a second from Vice Mayor Nash to approve the consent calendar. Any further council questions or discussion? Okay, by roll call vote, City Councilmember Taylor,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nash,
Yes.
City Councilmember Schmidt,
Yes.
City Councilmember Wise,
Yes.
and Mayor Combs.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you. Again, we are reordering the agenda and bringing item N1 before the regular items. Going to item N1, in accordance with the City Council Procedure Manual, the following agenda item is to be considered by the City Council and can ask staff questions regarding preliminary scope, analysis, resource requirements, and overall prioritization of future City Council agenda items based on the citywide work plan. After discussion with a motion and second, the City Council may take one of the following actions: preparation of a formal staff report with a determined level of staff resources and timing for City Council consideration, or advisory body preparation of a formal staff report with a determined level of staff report, or consideration at the City Council's annual priority and goal setting process. The City Council initiated item is a request by City Councilmember Schmidt for a future agenda topic. So then here to provide further information on the item is Councilmember Schmidt.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So I'll be really brief in why I wanted to put this in front of the group. You know, most of us have been talking to folks for a number of months now, and a tremendous number of folks. And I feel like most people understand that we need to build housing. I clearly hear that. And that they want to work with us as well. I think we heard some of that tonight, and I know a lot of us have been hearing that consistently. I think my observation is that, you know, the 2,000 or so more residents are now paying attention. And I personally want them to feel heard and really want them to better understand at the same time our constraints and the work that's already been completed by city staff in the previous council. So my hope is to balance this new group of people and get them on the same page with kind of where we are today. Because there are questions like, can we pursue a more distributed model? Or is that truly a viable solution? Is the civic center really possible? Why or why not? And those are questions that, you know, I think residents want those answers. And I also want those answers, because if the answer is that the civic center isn't possible, I think we just want to make sure that's very understood and clear. So that's why I put this in front of our group to ask for a simple, open information or study session about alternative sites. To be clear, I'm not asking us to reopen up the housing element and go down that path at this point, but I think it's important that people understand that these things have been considered. So let's level set and make sure we're all kind of operating from the same page now that so many more people are paying attention. To minimize the work, I would also ask that we reuse what's already been done in the housing element, mostly recapping why certain parcels were included or not included. So this isn't a request for a lot of extra rework or work. It's really to get us all on the same page about alternate sites and what's possible. So I think that was my little recap of why I asked that to be considered.
Thank you, Councilmember Schmidt. Let's go to public comment. So Deputy Clerk Sandoval, please call for public comment on this item.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. At this time, if you would like to make a public comment on item M1, request by City Councilmember Schmidt for a future agenda topic. If you're in chambers, please bring me a public comment card to the clerk desk. If you are online, please use the raised hand feature at the bottom of your screen. Or if you are phoning in, please press *9 to indicate that you'd like to comment on item M1. City Council initiated item request by City Councilmember Schmidt for a future agenda topic. Mayor Combs, we have 7 speakers.
Okay, 3 minutes each.
Okay, no problem. Our first speaker will be Jerry Ream.
Hello, my name is Jerry Ream. I live here in Menlo Park, and I want you to know that when I came on January 14th, I think that is the very first time I've ever been a participant in a city council meeting in my life. And I am older than each one of you. And I want you to know that this is an important issue and one that a majority of the citizens of Menlo Park feel very strongly about. In particular, in care and concern for our downtown and making sure that it does survive. As you've heard mentioned tonight, wonderful ideas about looking at alternatives. I am grateful that you have hopefully an open mind to consider some other places, because the downtown area is not, those parking lots are not a good solution. And it would be nice to know some of the transparency, by transparency, be able to know what has been talked about before. I'm frankly surprised that there are fewer people here tonight, because on the 14th, as you know, this place was packed. We couldn't even I stood in the back and froze to death with your air conditioner running the whole night. And the people outside were just as equally cold. Anyway, I don't know how well this was advertised tonight. So I do have a concern about that, because I know, as you've heard, most of the people tonight are very concerned about the situation with the downtown. And it's, as I said, it is not that we don't want to have lower income housing here. It's just not a good place for it. City center is much better. Even if you can, I don't know, you have financial powers to be able to condemn certain pieces of land if you did that to SRI or even to the GS, geological survey, and be able to purchase that land for lower value. You could put up beautiful things there and still be within the very close walking distance to the trains and the grocery stores and everything else. So I just encourage you and plead with you to consider the majority of the people in this city who want to have the downtown remain vibrant and have places to park for the people to come and shop there and keep those businesses alive for the community that depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Will Orson.
Like the previous speaker, last meeting was the first time I've attended a council meeting. I was interested. I'm looking forward to being engaged with the rest of the process, and I think it's a great suggestion to learn more about the work that's gone into this decision so far. I think in my study of this issue, I think this suggestion is tip of the iceberg of the work that's already been done. I appreciate the work that has been put in by city staff. And I think that often gets ignored in this conversation. If this agenda item is taken up, I will look forward to being there and learning more about what's been done so far and what could be done in the future. I think, although perhaps I've come to a different conclusion on the main issue here, I do support development of alternative sites in addition to the parking lots. So I'm very interested to learn about any obstacles that might have been present in developing those sites in the past.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Carmen Carriccio. Carmen, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Well, like all of the other speakers tonight, I'm here to support that we find alternative locations for the alternative housing. And I just want to, reiterate that Councilmember Schmidt, I guess I'm a little confused. I don't think that we need to share information with the community about what's already been done in an effort to placate the many speakers tonight, which is a little bit what I feel like I heard. I don't believe that we are willing to accept those determinations that you've made already. I feel like you guys need to light a little more fire under this, that irrespective of what reports you've done already, while we're willing to listen, we're not going to support this. And there has not been a single speaker tonight who has spoke about this issue who is in support of removing the parking in downtown Menlo Park in order for you guys to move this forward. So I would say I would more strongly advocate that certainly we're willing to look at why you all made this recommendation in the first place, but it's going to need to change. You have an entire community who you have a responsibility to represent. You have business owners, you have professionals, legal professionals. So this isn't going to fly with this community. Certainly we want to hear what work you've done to get here, but I believe it's erroneous and that there's just going to have to be alternatives that may in fact delay the timeline, that may in fact require you to overturn other considerations from the past. But this isn't an issue that's going to go away because you share previous reports with us. We've kind of heard all of it and we've read binders of material. It's not good enough. What we need you to do now is put on your thinking caps and get to work and find a different solution, because this is not a community that will support these decisions. And yeah, that's basically what I have to share tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Brittany Baxter.
Good evening. This is Brittany Baxter. I live in D3. I've been following along with the housing element process for several years now. I know it's been kind of a long kind of saga. And I feel a little bit like I'm having deja vu because the topic of building in parks came up a couple of years ago. And there was a lot of public discussion around it, and it was really uniformly negative. There was another petition with thousands of signatures. Nobody wanted to build in the parks. And so I don't think we've heard from that, same core group of people, because I think the issue was viewed as settled, right? It's I think council is pretty uniform. We're not going to build in parks, and the parks are not part of the housing element because of that public engagement process. But obviously I would expect that if this does come up further, we would see that same kind of debate get reignited. But what's kind of ironic to me too is that this discussion about where we build and what city-owned sites we use for the affordable housing is coming up because everybody wants downtown to be vibrant and to be like a really great place to be. And looking into what our neighboring cities have done, a lot of this, like cities that people have mentioned earlier tonight in their comments, are cities that have built on their publicly owned land downtown. So San Carlos, Burlingame, Mountain View, San Mateo, all have completed projects like this. And Palo Alto and Los Altos are planning for theirs right now, in the same cycle that we are. So I think these are all really desirable downtowns. Sounds like a lot of folks would really like for us to emulate them. I live within walking distance to downtown. I too really want it to be vibrant. We bought our place because it's so close to downtown. But I do think, like these other cities have seen, that these projects can come to light in a really smart and vibrant way, and just really support the downtown that we'd like to see. So while the city is looking at a list of city-owned land and where we should develop, I think of it in two categories. There's our green space and there's our not green space. And when we think about what we're developing, I really think our green space should be at the very bottom of that list. Again, we heard this, just a couple of years ago when this topic came up. But I think those downtown sites can be used to have a nice, mixed use, incorporate parking, whatever that is. But I think these can be very vibrant. I think reigniting this debate around parks or not and kind of reactivating those thousands of people that engaged last time around has risks. So if our city is further delayed in implementing our housing element, we risk getting decertified by the state. That reopens us up to the builder's remedy. I don't think anybody wants that. So I think the city has created a lot of great materials around the housing element. I know it's a lot and they're kind of dense. But I think it would be great to kind of re-share those out because I think a lot of these questions have been answered in great detail due to a lot of staff's fantastic work on this. So I think it's a great idea to share those. I don't support building in our green space and look forward to hearing where the conversation goes. Thanks so much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Jenny Michelle.
Dear Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members, honorable staff, I'm Jenny Michelle, a native born and raised here and living in District 3, a recovering homeless teacher, public transit enthusiast, commercial property manager by trade, and disabled mom of disabled fifth grader. Personal comments. I support housing downtown and have been active in the housing element for several years. I support educating the now engaged residents and stakeholders, yay, but we need to be mindful of the limited bandwidth our understaffed staff has. AB 1886 is now law and states we cannot self-certify. So if we amend our opportunity sites for program H4E, I think it was, we must resubmit #JustSaying. AFFH, affirmatively furthering fair housing, also requires us to foster housing west of El Camino. So the Civic Center is a perfect opportunity cycle or site for our 7th housing cycle that we'll kick off discussing in a few years. Stay tuned for that discussion. For the record, I can post the historical conversations we've had regarding the Civic Center and that opportunity site in the city email log, and I suggest those now engaged educate yourself on the exhaustive conversations and work council staff and residents have already done and had. Lastly, I'm in real estate as well. Many of the speakers and financial backers of not just potential litigation, but of the opposition to downtown housing development are my colleagues. Remember, I used to work for the monster in Menlo. Hi, it's me. Yep. The problem is that a licensed real estate professional, we're held to a higher standard. We are supposed to provide disclosures to our clients regarding the current market conditions. I would say that given the evidence I've seen, there has been a lack of disclosure provided to our clients on the housing crisis and the related housing laws enacted to combat this far-reaching crisis created over many decades of neglect. Before telling staff in the dais how to do their job, it's time to look in the mirror. Help your clients understand the housing crisis and the impact to their business interests, and I'm happy to help you in those discussions. Just reach out. Thank you, Jenny from the Coleman Place neighborhood block.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Catherine Dumont.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and staff. This is Catherine Dumont. I live in District 3, and I very much appreciate the effort by Councilmember Schmidt to lower the temperature in the discussion. As you can see by the listening to the comments tonight, and there is a lot of emotion around this. But I also have to take into account the views expressed by a person earlier who said we don't really want to hear it. And I think we really have to consider staff time and energy on this versus other things that they have on their plates. Education takes all forms, and the staff has done an incredible job of putting together meetings with stakeholders and business people, and a lot of residents attended those as well. The website has a lot of information on this project and the history. And I also was one of these people who went to meetings over the course of 2 years while all of the sites were discussed, and the pros and cons, and the parking lots were front and center for very good reasons. So I just want to say appreciate the effort, and also I know all the council members have been out just talking to so many people, and I know it could feel so overwhelming, but I don't know that there is an easy answer to coming together. But I'm looking forward to the proposals when they come back, and hoping that having something concrete to look at is going to actually help focus the discussion going forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Sherry Zaslowski.
Yes, thank you so much. I've lived in the downtown for several decades, and I can tell you, council members, and I appreciate your work, the work of the staff, and you hired a pricey consultant to help with the housing element. Nevertheless, I think it's time to admit that you made a mistake. Those parking lots never should have made their way into the housing element. And you took so long to do it that we got hit with the builder's remedy and the Sunset Project. So I think that those of you who were on the council last time who voted for that housing element need to admit, okay, we're all human, we make mistakes. This has been a mistake. And you've heard now in the meeting on the 14th and tonight that the community has answered, and the community has said, no. You are our representatives. You need to represent our no, that this would be ruinous, not just to the downtown. The downtown, as I said on the 14th, is the heart of the city. You do this and you destroy Menlo Park. We lose all our businesses. This is the worst possible place that if somebody wanted to destroy Menlo Park, this would be the idea that they would come up with. So we absolutely need to find other alternatives. And as far as parks and parking lots, if somebody said to me, would you rather have housing in a parking lot or a park? I'd say a parking lot. But people didn't know that you were talking about smack dab in the middle of our downtown, and that it would destroy all of our businesses. So now we have more information, and now it's time not for the the residents and business owners to feel heard. We will feel heard when you pull this mistake off the table and assure us, "Oh, okay, we understand, we made a mistake, we're going to find other places, and we will work with you and help you to make those, do that investigation, do that research, make those decisions." But this conversation, we don't need to go in circles. We need a definitive position that the council takes, that we have finally figured out that it does not work to put multi-story towers of apartment complexes in our much needed downtown parking lots. It's a question of logic, not emotion. It's a question of logic. We don't want the unintended consequences. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be David.
Yes, David C. So I agree with the council member for bringing this up. I think you have to. I think, as I said, if you don't study other projects at the same time, you really are going to do irreversible damage to downtown one by one. Every couple months, you're going to start seeing leases go out and nothing new come in. It's going to be devastating. I also feel like I heard somebody say that the Civic Center was totally explored and exhausted. And I don't think you guys realize how early stages this downtown development is. I mean, you have 99% of the stakeholders, the businesses, everybody right there that are against this project. In my opinion, that means this is dead on arrival. You can't come in and do this, creative project that's just out of the box, and 99% of the people that are right there are against it. Not only can't you do it, the next phase of this is going to be lawsuits. Everybody's going to start partnering up with a couple different legal firms, and you guys' legal bills are going to go through the roof, and the amount of time and delay that's going to delay this is going to extend for years beyond years, just fighting the different lawsuits and the closed sessions that you guys are going to have dealing with this week after week. It's going to go on for years. I don't think you guys realize how this is their livelihood. Of course, they're going to put everything they have into a lawsuit to fight against it. And then I look at the Civic Center, the only people that can fight against it is you guys. Your own departments, your own government staff are the only opposition, the only stakeholders that could say, you know what, we don't want this project where we are. We want it somewhere else in somebody else's backyard. We don't want it in our backyard. You guys are the only true roadblock stopping affordable housing in Menlo Park, because you have the site. You guys have it in your hands. And so if people put up all these excuses about why it can't happen there, but at the end of the day, the buck stops with you guys. You guys are the ones that are the stakeholders that matter in that case, that could stop it or keep it, or make it happen. And I think that it would really be a disservice. And I think you're not doing your duty as council members if you don't, as the council member said, explore this to the full extent so that the community can get a true answer. If there's some, overarching reason that is beyond us, why this ideal site couldn't be used for the affordable housing, which we need, then we need to know what that is. Otherwise, we need to explore this to the full extent and put all resources into doing that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our final speaker on this item will be Adina Levin.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Adina Levin, Menlo Park resident. I live near downtown. I wanted to thank Councilmember Schmidt for bringing forward this idea of having a study session, which I think is a very good idea in terms of, bringing forward, first of all of the information that has, been reviewed, to date. I think that's an extremely helpful thing to do. One thing in terms of a study session that would be very helpful would be for staff to lay out that if there were going to be any changes with additional sites considered and changes made to the housing element, like what would that timeline look like and how would that affect our ability to remain in compliance with the state? As previous speakers have mentioned, the fact that we were late to submit our housing element was what opened up the vulnerability for the builders remedy projects, which I think we would all like to avoid in the future. And another thing I think people have mentioned and brought forward, and just like personally, I was in favor of using some city civic center area sites in the housing element. To do that, I don't think it is needed to, build on playing fields and active parks. You could do something like having a multi-story building that incorporated a library. But those, and I think those are good ideas and are, remain good ideas in the medium to longer term. But how long would it take to actually flesh out, develop those ideas, move them forward? Can we do that in the current cycle? Is that even feasible? And, given the amount of concern that was raised about such sites previously, I think that would also need to go into, how feasible is it to move forward with those sorts of alternative sites in the current cycle? And lastly, there are many, many, many cities nearby that have parking garages downtown and have not, ended the viability of those cities, vibrant downtown business districts. We can do it too, and need to just be very thoughtful about how. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, Mayor Combs, that concludes our public comment on this item.
Right. Thank you, Deputy Clerk Sandoval. Bringing it back to the dais for a council discussion. There are two things I want to respond to from initially the public comments. One, I do have to counter this idea that it is council who is the interest that has opposed the Civic Center as a possible housing site. As someone who was here for all of those discussions, there was lots of feedback from the community in opposition to not only the Civic Center, but any of the parklands across the city. There was even at the time, this spurred a councilman, the clear opposition, at least from some in the community, for the consideration of parks as opportunity sites or sites for future development, actually spurred a council member to propose a park protection ordinance. And there were a number of meetings where we discussed a park protection ordinance as an additional lever because those interests weren't just comfortable with our assurance that we weren't going to consider the parks as housing. They wanted an additional protection. And so there was a lot of discussion about a park protection ordinance at the time. And so I do feel I just need to counter this idea out there that somehow we are the ones who have stood up and said no civic center, no parks, and have pushed the direction towards the parking lots. There was lots of community opposition to the parks, and I would have to guess if we turn back to the parks, which we might do, that opposition will return. The other thing I did want to point out is that one public commenter said that we were late in submitting our housing element. That is not accurate. We submitted the housing element on time. The state, in its somewhat opaque logic, decided not to approve the housing element. And so we went back and forth with the state on that, but the housing element was 1,000% submitted on time. And I think I want to make that clear for the record. So with that, I'll open it up to council discussion. I'm happy to kick it off if Thank you, Councilmember Schmidt, for bringing this this item. Overall, like I'm supportive, but actually I would probably be interested in going a step further than you're suggesting. So I do think that again, we've gotten feedback that people were surprised. And we can go back and forth whether that surprise is legitimate or not. I do believe people when they say that they were surprised about the parking lots as sites for housing, and specifically the comprehensiveness of it, that all of the parking lots between Santa Cruz and Oak Grove would be in some consideration. And again, I think that that's valid. So I would be in favor of like some, so this is about whether we're going to agendize a discussion on it. And so I would be supportive of that. Specifically like, study sessions to look at this project or look at this process. Again, I don't know what agency or leeway we have, but I think it's worth it. I would also be in support of delaying the release of the RFQ because I do believe that you can most have that clear discussion without the RFQ out there, but saying, hey, we're gonna pause and we're gonna, relook at this without some of the without, like I say, with pausing the RFQ, with if not allowing for a clean slate, because we can't do a clean slate, but allowing for a discussion between the community and between the council that doesn't take into that isn't sort of weighed down by this idea of a specific timeline that would result in submissions from the RFQ. That doesn't mean we would not return to that, but maybe we would, maybe we wouldn't. But I do think that it's important for this council to come to some determination of what like its vision of the city is and its vision of downtown. And I think that the RFQ in many respects is a reflection of the vision of downtown of a majority of the council 6 months ago or a year ago. And I do think it's important to take some time to pause. And I do know we have like timelines, but to say, hey, this council is not that council. And does this council majority have that vision? And what might be different about that vision? And I don't think that we took the time that we should have to really have a conversation that wasn't like going to specifically end that night in a vote. And so, in that way, I would be, like I say, supportive of this agenda item, supportive of, like I say, giving it more weight, of having the community have a discussion of how we made all of the decisions and whether there is some optionality that may exist. So those are my thoughts, and happy to turn to the left or to the right. Oh, or to yeah.
So I guess my first question is, has the RFQ been released?
No, the RFQ has not been released. When it is released, people will definitely know about that. And that's part of what we're working on, is finalizing the content, but also the distribution. So it's in its final stages. So we're on track to release it. It has not been released. Otherwise, people would have definitely seen it.
So I think more communication is always good. There definitely through just circumstances is there are a large number of people who are just coming to grips and hearing about the downtown parking lots. I would not be in favor of delaying the RFQ, because to me, the RFQ is what is going to tell us whether we even have a viable project or not. Right now, it is something where we are anticipating that we may be able to use 1, 2, or 3 of the parking plazas for 345 to 483 units of parking. I'm sorry, units of housing for very low income is what we're seeking. And also parking for those new residents as well as replacement parking. That is a big lift. And I think that we need to see what developers in the nonprofit community and anyone else who is interested in replying to our RFQ have to say, and whether that's even, we may be fighting something that actually won't happen. We don't know what we are going to receive, or it may be something where it actually looks really good to many community members. We don't know. And to me, the way we need to go ahead with the RFQ, which all we're doing is getting more information about this. And I don't see the benefit of delaying getting more information upon which we can make this decision. I am perfectly open to a decision up or down once we have that information and can see it and can discuss it with the community, with the business community, with our residents, with visitors, with people who shop here, and find out what does it look like? Is it something which is viable, or is it something which really does not look like that it really will harm our downtown, or it actually isn't even feasible at all? But that's what we will find out from the RFQ. The RFQ is not committing to any specific anything. All we're doing is gathering information. And to me, we cannot make a good decision until we get that information. Having said that, I think I'm interested in what staff capacity we have to do more outreach, to provide, what's the staff capacity we have. And then it seems to me that we've sort of got two different pieces of this. One is sharing what has been done, what sites were looked at. Right now, there are, I believe it's 68 sites that are sites for housing in Menlo Park citywide. And making sure that people realize there are many, many sites across Menlo Park that are being proposed for, or that are in our housing element for housing, and why we really have to look to city-owned property for affordable housing unless someone wants to come forward and either donate the land or provide a space for affordable housing on that land. So it seems like we have both just explaining how did we get here, what has happened, but then there's also the second piece, which is actually exploring the sites further. And so in a world where we didn't have any constraints, time or resources or staff resources, that would be terrific. I would love to hear from the city manager to the extent that you can explain what, if we were to go down any of those roads, if we were to do a study session on what has been done, how would that affect other timelines? If we were to actually look into other sites such as the Civic Center or possibly other parks.
I do want to though, like, because I don't want to bring staff into the discussion, like, right, that this is a discussion of the council about policy, and I don't want staff to weigh in to seeming to weigh on one side of that discussion or not. Like, this is a policy discussion, and this is a really important issue. probably one of the most important that I've taken on since council. And so I don't want staff to be put in the position of saying that like their resources may not allow it. It's an important decision. If it's prioritized by this body, then staff will prioritize it. We also understand that resources are not unlimited. But, and so I would appreciate like us taking the discussion to us, and however we determine and we set that priority, and staff knows that they are obligated to follow that priority.
Thank you. I appreciate that. However, I personally cannot make a decision unless I have some idea of what the balance is. Staff has a tremendous amount of projects and responsibilities right now, and something they are working at full capacity. Thank you, staff. And something will have to give. And so I'm not looking, that is a council decision as to what we prioritize, but to me, it's something where I need to know have some view of what won't be done if we say we want to do this.
I see it as a policy. I'll be frank. I see it as a policy discussion, and I see it as an effort to bring staff into a policy discussion. Right? That's how I see it. And so the city manager can proceed however he sees fit. But ultimately, I think this is a policy discussion, and we should always try to stick to having a policy discussions amongst ourselves and not try to pull staff into it.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Nash. So I appreciate the policy aspect. So I'll steer clear of that. I think it might be potentially maybe after the full council speaks, if there's really something back to the council member request versus some of the other ideas. Happy to kind of provide some feedback at that point in time, but perhaps maybe, as the mayor said, the council continuing its policy discussion within the framework of this agenda item tonight.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And so I guess what I would I'm concerned that if we go down this path, that there, as one of the speakers stated, they have done the research or don't really need to know what has been done. They really want to know, to explore other sites more thoroughly. And I am concerned just about expectations.
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs and Vice Mayor Nash. Just based on what I'm hearing, it sounds like as one of the three options that we have on this city council member initiated item is consideration at the city council's annual priorities and goal setting process.
Yeah, that's an option.
I checked my email. There is an effort to schedule for sometime in March, which is not that far away. And I think it's a great opportunity for us at that time to dive a little deeper. And there will be a staff report prepared. So I see that as an option.
Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. I mean, obviously, Vice Mayor Nash, I was it just 2 weeks ago, voted to issue the RFQ because I had, even though there's a clear track record all along this process, I've had concerns, but partly I was like, well, let's see what we get. And I will share that like in looking back, one of the things that has where my thinking has evolved is that and I take some responsibility as mayor, I don't think that we gave our new colleagues the grace in this space to get up to speed on this, to have a conversation that wasn't 100 public comments, people being very, very animated. And again, like I say, I take responsibility from that. The item was actually a continuation. It was a continuation item from a prior council that had a different makeup. And so as I look back on that, I think that it should have been set up differently, and be clear by me. and that there should have been an opportunity for us to get to some sense of this council and its current makeup about what its vision was for the city, about its vision for downtown. And I don't think that that happened until when I say that I would be comfortable with holding off on the RFQ, it is to provide that space for them and then for the thousands of their friends that they brought along to this discussion. But I do respect your position on it, like, right? And so, but just to give you some additional sort of visibility into where I'm coming from.
Thank you. I should also say that I actually think I would like to see time spent and have not yet put in a council member request for more of a, I don't know if we call it a visioning of downtown, but just what do we want to be doing with downtown with all of this? How do we want to have it look and feel? What do residents want? What do businesses want? How can we actually make this a more comprehensive project to see what is possible to make it the most welcoming, vibrant place that we can possibly make it, and actually have businesses striving to get here?
Yeah, I just have to say, I really appreciate all those perspectives, genuinely, because I am thinking and reflecting on what I'm hearing, and I will agree with Council Member Nash about the RFQ. I appreciate the willingness to open that space. I look at that as purely information gathering. I feel that makes me very nervous to kind of put that off. Because as we discussed last time, there really isn't a commitment there. So I thought you were going to talk about opening up other city managed spaces, which I also support. But I want to be really clear as well. You know, for me, this is about, I want to understand if the civic center is possible or not. You know, and I want to put that question to bed one way or the other, because there's a lot of speculation and assumption that it will work. You know, we kind of, I've seen many comments that are like, find anywhere else, find the civic center. But there may be reasons why that doesn't work. I'm not afraid of people protecting green space coming out and voicing their opinion. There may be legitimate reasons why we shouldn't put the civic center in play, but I don't know what those are. And I have looked at the material. I appreciate that a lot. 2,000 people might come out and say, you know, protect the civic center. And I think we owe it to them to listen to them as well. But I just want to explore alternative sites like our residents are asking us to. And I want to know one way or the other, is it possible to be in the civic center? And to some degree also, is it possible to go to other managed city-owned places? And I think if the answer is no, for very legitimate reasons, I personally just want to hear that. And I think there are probably a couple of thousand other people who want to hear it now too. So that's really the impetus behind this. Is I want to put it to bed, because just assuming civic center is going to work I don't think it's a good assumption. But I don't think any of us have definitive answers, which is why I think people are a little stirred up. But I have to go with what Councilmember Nash said. Is it makes me very nervous to put off the RFQ as well, because I want that information as well. We need to consider these sites and downtown, I think, at the same time, as much as that's possible. And frankly, the other city-owned sites too. So I'm trying to thread a needle, like I had mentioned to you guys, that I think is moving around a little bit, but definitely trying to thread a needle.
Through the mayor, can I provide one point of clarification as a reminder to the council and the public? This discussion is not about delaying the RFQ and about identifying alternative sites. It's about whether or not we should agendize a discussion on that topic. So if, you know, perhaps we could bring it back to the discussion on directing staff on one of the three options.
Thank you very much for that reminder. And so bringing it to those options, the annual goal setting session, an advisory body are like sort of getting some understanding of staff resources for our preparation of a formal staff report with a determined level of staff resourcing. And so again, like any substantive like analysis of staff resourcing would go into that report. And so there is like I don't know where there is some consensus. And I would just again, I am keeping your framing in mind, City Attorney Doherty. I don't know though if we are like what we would be doing if we're sort of like pursuing like downtown on one end fully as we have been, and then also like looking at additional sites. It seems like to me, if we're still like gonna go with the RFQ, then you would let that process play out to see what those options are before you then sort of turn back and look at Civic Center or other city-owned sites. That's the only thing. So, because for me, it's cleaner if you say we're going to pause the RFQ and we're going to have a general discussion, then that makes sense. But if we're pursuing with the RFQ, then it seems like you say, well, just let that play out. Let's see what you get back there. And then that will inform whether you want to have another discussion or not.
Yeah, just to address that, I actually see this as a sort of two-stage process, at least the way it looks in my head is one is very informational. One is a lot more people are paying attention. They're saying that the Civic Center is a great option or the only option. I don't know whether that's true or not. So I see stage one being very informational to explore the heart of that question, which I think can go on in parallel with the RFQ. So and then the second stage would be, well, if it is possible, then should we reopen the Civic Center as a potential site? So I kind of view those as two stages of because we have some time now to consider, I view them as two sort of connected but separate stages. So the first one's very much, I don't feel comfortable assuming the Civic Center is either going to work or not work. I would like to have a more definitive, kind of like you had said, I'd like to have a more definitive voice and answer on whether that's true or not. And other sites as well. Just saying a site will work because we don't want it in downtown doesn't mean it will work. So that's the heart of kind of stage one to me, is very informational. And then I think we can do that in parallel with an RFQ. That one reporter's opinion. So
okay. I'll let Councilmember Wise weigh in if she wants, or you can also like make a motion. Can you make a motion on your own council member initiated item? And then we can, because then that allows you to frame, because I know there's been like discussions all over the place, and I know I think I probably didn't follow the direction the city attorney gave. But so I think it'd be easy for you to frame the motion since it's your item, and then we'll see if you get a second, and then we'll see if there is more. Did you want to? Okay. And again, like I'm also like happy to hear the motion. But again, I'll just reiterate like that my support would be for something that would for the moment pause the RFQ. Or for the agendizing of a discussion item on pausing the RFQ, which doesn't look like it has support, but I just want to make sure I set it up correctly.
And could we just hear the three options again? It was referring to an advisory body.
The goal planning session are just having staff come back with a staff report on like how what resourcing would be necessary and how they might set up this future discussion or engagement. I totally hearing Councilmember Taylor. My only concern with the goal setting or priority setting session, which is we're trying to schedule, is that this would like overrun that, and then it would just be like a downtown housing element sort of session, and I think everything else would not get any air. That would be my only concern about like sort of in this moment making that an option. But I'm gonna let Councilmember Schmidt. It's his item. I'm gonna let him make a motion.
Okay, so my first motion, I'm gonna get this totally wrong, but what I'm leaning toward is well, sorry, just to comment, I agree with you. I think I love the fact that Councilmember Taylor put that idea forward, but I think it quickly becomes all about downtown. So I think it's very logical. I'm thinking of a motion around the lines of, coming to agendizing an information session about city-owned land that requires minimal staff preparation to understand which plots might be feasible or not. Like that's really, and so I don't want it to be all 70. I don't want to look at the entire city again. I think there's a handful of things that are being brought up again and again. And it really is a desire to minimize the amount of staff work on that. It's a session where people can, again, understand why something was considered or not considered. So it was a very loosely worded motion, but.
So is it specifically for Civic Center versus downtown?
Well, Civic Center is part of city-owned land, right? So I think if we want to respect the fact that it's not just about Civic Center, it's about however many plots there are of city-owned land that we considered. Which of those are feasible? Because there are parts that we know are too small or have weird property rights or other things. So we can say, nope, this is out, this is out. And in the end, we might only have 6 options on city-owned land. I don't know what that number is, but Civic Center is going to be front and center. But I think to the mayor's point about making sure we're fair and equitable about looking at all districts, that we should broaden it to city-owned land. So yeah, it's an information session, minimal staff time, and where we can, primarily you and I can hear, but also the public can hear why something was in the plan and why something was ruled out of the plan, and not making any decisions about whether we reopen the housing.
So I'll second the motion. You got your first second. I will say that like outside of the parcels where it's like clear to the eye might not work for housing, or outside of like parcels that are in District 1. Like if you're going to Civic Center, like I don't think that there's anything that is like that's going to come through this process is going to say that like, oh, fundamentally you can't do housing at Civic Center, right? It's land. It's as solid as the land any place else. You can move trees, or roads, and all of that stuff, can be done. As I remember it, and the Vice Mayor or Councilmember Taylor can correct me if I'm wrong, or certainly even staff, it wasn't that there was some engineering issue that or some structural issue, but it was that the sentiment we seemed to get from the public at the time was one that expressed concern about Civic Center and all parks. But again, as I said, I second it because you weren't here for that discussion and you are the council members now. And so let's have it again. This is how government works. It's not always the fastest, but this is how it works. We have a new council. And so let's revisit those discussions, and maybe something might come out differently this time. And maybe the public, now that we do have this more definitive, at least proposal or process as it relates to the parking lots, we'll look at, Civic Center and possibly other city-owned property differently and more receptively. And so I'm, like I say, I'm open to that discussion and process.
And so just a logistical question. So you're imagining agendizing an informational item to a city council meeting for discussion, or what are you envisioning?
Probably more a study set. I know the language is quite specific, so not informational, but probably more a study session where we can hear exactly what the mayor said was things may have shifted. We don't know, but I would love to.
I understand. I just mean like.
Yeah. No, I think it's probably more a study. Maybe when we get to that point, I can be corrected on what the exact format would be, but it's probably more a study session to hear that.
Thank you. And I do realize now that the next step is where we look at resources, not now. Thank you. As we go into especially the civic center, I'm wondering how others feel about drawing the line between parking lots and actually, well, for example, to redo the library might be terrific, but is probably not feasible at this point, especially as an alternative to downtown, because that would be such a large project as opposed to taking space that is not actively being used for parks, such as, so I'm wondering how others feel about actually trying to focus in on spots that might be truly viable for this, and not looking, basically just maybe running through the list of sites as far as, which was part of Appendix 7.6 in the housing element, and actually noted, for example, someone mentioned the acreage alongside the creek. That has been identified as something that's too narrow and too steep to be able to use for housing. So essentially maybe putting those on a list, but not going any further on that, which I think is what you were saying. And then even on sites where we theoretically could do more, but that we limit it to something that would make it viable for this housing element.
That's exactly where I'm at. Yeah.
Yeah, I would only putting on my city attorney hat, like that's all a discussion we will have if we could possibly have. This is all just based on like whether, and again, I've broken this rule, so I can't really, put.
So tempting.
But that obviously will be the discussion. Like, right, if we make it past this motion, or that will be key to the discussion. And I would just add, I would imagine from a staff reporting or report perspective, it would be probably like a copy paste job mostly, as far as like information that already exists and has been presented and sort of repackaging in a staff report. I would assume, but.
I guess I was trying to narrow down what staff has to do, and to the extent that they can do exactly what you're talking about, and great, but if they need to make a decision if it's a viable spot, anyway, I think they've got it.
And I think they already made it. I read 7.6 again based on what you're mentioning, and I think they made that in many cases. There might be.
I'm thinking as far as bringing it forward for more discussion.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we have a motion in a second, and so I'll ask the WCA clerk, as long as there's no other pressing comments from anyone. Did the city manager or?
Yes, so thank you, Mayor. Before the council votes, again, with some reference to the procedures manual, I just wanted to kind of clarify a couple of things. So the city attorney can assist me along the way, but the vote is on the motion, and it's to kind of bring back a staff report for council consideration. It wouldn't be the kind of more public study session just yet, because we still need to frame what that is. There's some talk of copy and paste. That's potentially for that staff report, not beyond that. So in a general realm, understanding that this is meant to be a minimal amount of staff time to produce that item for the council's discussion, to then be able to frame something for future public discussion at a study session. Just confirming, I'm seeing head nods. Great, thank you.
Yeah, that's.
Okay, to make sure that I'm recording this correctly, we have a motion from City Councilmember Schmidt and a second from Mayor Combs to agendize a staff report exploring the feasibility of city-owned land as alternate sites for housing. Do we need to include a subsequent study session as part of the motion? Okay, so just the staff report. Any further city council question or discussion? Okay, great. By roll call vote, City Councilmember Taylor,
No. I believe this item can be dealt with during the priority setting as we've done for the past 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Nash.
Yes.
City Councilmember Schmidt,
Yeah, yes.
City Councilmember Wise,
Yes.
and Mayor Combs.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes with City Councilmember Taylor dissenting.
All right. Thank you. Moving on to regular business. Under regular business, the City Council considers recommendations from city staff on policy matters or administrative actions that require City Council approval. The first regular business item is K1, introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance to amend Chapter 12.18 of Title 12, Buildings and Construction of the Menlo Park Municipal Code to adopt local amendments to the 2022 California Building Standards Code. Here to introduce the item is Ron LaFrance with the Community Development Department.
Good evening. My name is Ron LaFrance. I'm a retired annuitant serving as the Assistant Community Development Director. This evening, I will be presenting a proposed ordinance to amend the Building Standards Code, Part 11, known as California Green Building Code, also known as Cal Green, which is how you'll hear me refer to it for the remainder of the evening. These amendments establish electrification readiness requirements to prepare the existing housing stock for electrification. Next slide, please. I'll start by sharing the background on the past City Council direction with regards to electrification readiness, California Building Standards Code, and the local amendment process to those codes. Provide a brief overview of the proposed local amendments or recommendation to introduce the ordinance, waive the first reading, and take it to vote or conversation and vote. Next slide, please. Thanks. As far as background, on March 12th, 2024, the City Council directed the city manager to explore local building code options to encourage building electrification to support meeting the city's climate goals and to prepare the residents for the Bay Area Air District's implementation of rules banning polluting equipment. Those implementations and those rules are as follows. 2027, there will be a ban on nitrous oxide producing residential water heaters. 2029, the ban will then, they'll be banning nitrous oxide. I'm sorry, I just call it NOx, just for reference. It's so NOx producing residential furnaces. And finally, in 2031, banning NOx producing commercial water heaters and furnaces. On August 27th, 2024, the City Council provided direction to staff to develop pre-wiring requirements to amend the California Building Standards Code. The Building Standards Code is Title 24 of the California Code of Regulations. It is a new code is adopted and published every 3 years. The next publication date will be July 1st of 2025. The new codes take effect 180 days after the publication date. The 180 days gives the building community an opportunity to learn about any changes or additions to those codes. It also provides local jurisdictions time to prepare amendments and have the codes adopted and amended as if needed and for implementation on January 1st, in this case, 2026. Since the codes will be published 2025, July 1, 180 days is January 1st, 2026 is when they'll take effect. The state also establishes the authority for local jurisdictions to adopt local amendments that are more restrictive than the Building Standards Code based on local topographic, geological, or climatic conditions. Next slide, please. Thanks. The code can be amended at any time during the 3-year cycle. Typically, we try to do it ahead of the implementation date of the next code cycle so that everything starts at the same time, all local amendments. Code amendments require a first and second reading of the ordinance, and once adopted by council, the amendments become effective 30 days or more after the second reading and are filed with the state. In the process of developing the amendments that will be presented tonight, staff conducted community outreach, contacting just over 1,100 permit applicants, making announcements on 3 separate city digest posts and on social media. Staff received positive feedback and ideas for future amendments, which we can bring back as part of the 2025 code cycle adoption this fall. Next slide, please. Thanks. The intent of the purpose of the amendments is to prepare existing housing stock for future electrification. The requirements of this amendment are triggered when there is a voluntary upgrade or replacement of a building's main electrical panel. Specific to single-family homes, the new panel will have to have electrical capacity and breaker space for future electrification, for cooktops if they're existing gas, for a water heater, for a dryer, clothes dryer if it's existing gas, and a level 2 EV charger. Specific to multifamily, additionally, there's a requirement for 240 for a single family. Additionally, there's a requirement for a 240 volt branch circuit to be run to the existing water heater location. Specific to multifamily is the same requirement for a 240 volt branch circuit run to either, depending on the age of the structure, a central location where all of the water heaters are located for each unit, or in some cases, there's a single very large boiler that provides hot water to the entire building. So the intent of having the wire actually run to the water heater location is that when the existing water heater is ready to be replaced, it can be replaced with a hot heat pump, hot water heater, and it will take about the same amount of time as it would take to replace a gas-fired water heater, existing gas-fired water heater, with a new gas-fired water heater. Since the wiring is all there, it only requires a plumber to do it. The plumber's allowed to connect the electrical wires. So everything is set to go for the property owner. It's important to note that there are 2 exceptions to this. The first one is very specific to multifamily. It's where the water heaters, the existing water heaters are located in each unit. There's no requirement for reservation of breaker space, electrical capacity, or wiring in that situation. That's because the cost of running wires to those units, even as small as a 4-unit building, is cost prohibitive. So that's an exception. The second exception applies to both multifamily and single family, and it allows for the property owner to designate a 2.5 foot by 2.5 foot space, 7 feet tall, with access to both hot and cold water piping for the future installation of a heat pump water heater in a different location than where the existing water heater is installed. Okay, next slide, please. Thanks. Tonight's recommendation is to introduce an ordinance, waive the first reading to amend Chapter 12.18, Title 12, the Menlo Park Municipal Code to adopt local amendment to the 2022 California Building Standards Code. Next slide. Thanks, and I'm here to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Mr. LaFrance. Are there any clarifying questions before? Okay, let's call for public comment. Typically, Clerk Sandoval.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. If anyone would like to make public comment on this item, K1, please go ahead and bring a speaker card to the clerk desk. If you are online, please press the raised hand feature at the bottom of your screen, or if you are dialing in, please press *9 to indicate you'd like to make public comment on item K1, which is introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance to amend Chapter 12 Point 18 of Title 12, Buildings and Construction of the Menlo Park Municipal Code to adopt local amendments to the 2022 California Building Standards Code. This is our last call for public comment on this item. Mayor Combs, we have one speaker. And our speaker is going to be Brian Schmidt. Just one moment. Brian, you should be able to unmute at this time.
Good evening. Thank you, Brian Schmidt from Menlo Park. And I want to say Menlo Park supports the staff recommendation, and we thank staff for the work done on this item. We think the pre-wiring will be helpful in helping Menlo Park electrify and achieve its climate action plan goals. And I was also encouraged to hear during the staff's verbal report that they would support considering additional amendments to pre-wiring proposals in the 2025 adoption of the new building codes. There's going to be a lot of work that needs to be done then. There's a lot of additional items that can be done to help improve Menlo Park's building electrification. But there could be some additional changes considered here, particularly in terms of reserving breaker space for potential HVAC, heating and cooling. And I think that there will be an opportunity to do that, and appreciate the staff suggesting that. I hope in the board's action, it will support the staff recommendation, including telling staff you'd like to hear about potential changes coming up when they consider the 2025 code. In general, I'd say 2024 was in many respects frustrating on what could be done on building electrification, entirely due to the litigation that was brought against REACH codes. But it feels different now. It feels like we have a good opportunity for progress starting today, and even more so when the 2025 codes come to you this summer. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. We have one more speaker in chambers. I'll have Pete Colby come up and make your public comment.
Good evening. I wasn't prepared, but I'm in the process of witnessing the upgrade of the electrical at the apartment building I live in. And the story I got from our managers is that it's because the insurance companies have left. In order to qualify for another insurer to come along, they were required to bring all these extra conduits to each unit and put in a new electrical box and all this kind of thing. I was just wondering, when I read the information on the table, whether these are codes that are going to be enforced in pre-existing or presently existing multifamily homes or apartment buildings, or whether it's just in terms of the new proposed plans for such a thing. But it sounded like when he said it was more expensive to do the individual water heaters, that means they're going to be enforced on present day code enforcement on present day established housing. So it is disruptive, and I don't even know if they're going through the proper cycles with the permitting and stuff, but I think there is a problem with insurance, and that's why they're having more business created for people that like to do the work and put the buildings, it's very disruptive for the residents. That's my opinion.
Thank you for your comment. We have one more speaker online as well. Just one moment. Our next speaker is North Lane. You should be able to unmute.
Hi. As it relates to the REACH codes, I'm under the impression that Menlo Park was overreaching their authority when they put these REACH codes in, which has been shown in current legislation. Thank you, Berkeley. You guys are slowing down housing with your electrification. It's actually not helping the environment. And it's frustrating that you guys are trying to do this. We actually brought a lawsuit about because you guys tried to increase the utility users tax to electrify East Menlo Park. And that actually is hurting you because you're now in a lawsuit. You lost a bunch of revenue because you wanted to electrify part of the city. So I don't understand why you're saying that this new housing in Plaza 1, 2, and 3 should be required to be all electrified. Now you're talking about these additional reach codes. They're all going to be rolled back. So why are we wasting our time and money on more electrification? It doesn't work. Have you guys seen your utility bills? Have you seen the fact that we need new transformers? Our grids cannot handle the electrification that you're asking for. It's the same thing that you're asking for in building Plaza 1, 2, and 3. We don't have the infrastructure. We don't have it. You guys want a transformer in your backyard? I'll plop it down at Betsy Nash's house. No problem. We cannot electrify this city. We don't have the infrastructure.
Thank you for your comment. This will be our final call for public comment on item K1. Seeing no further hands, Mayor Combs, please continue.
Thank you, Deputy Clerk Sandoval. Just going back to Mr. LaFrance to sort of more clearly, speak to the triggers for this. And this is about like sort of capacity and infrastructure, right? And so not necessarily mandating certain things, but what are, walk us through again, the triggers for the requirements here.
The trigger is when a property owner is voluntarily upgrading or replacing their existing main electric panel. So the panel that has the meter socket in it, it's not the sub panel in the house. That does not trigger the requirements. It's just the main panel.
Okay, cool. Thank you. So we're ringing it back to the dais for questions, comments, a motion. I can't.
I'll be happy to make a motion to move it forward.
I had a quick comment, but I may second. I would also, I think, given that this is a path to electrification, whether it's working or not is sort of not a debate I would want to tee up. But I think that I'm a little worried that given what's happening federally and the challenges to climate and everything else, the being able to move forward on things like this in the short term, I think is really important because we may not have that opportunity for 4 more years. So I'm really grateful to Sustainability Manager Laundren and the EQC, my friends in the EQC, for getting this one on the agenda while we still have a window to make things like this happen. I understand there's lots of trade-offs and complexities and other things, but it could be many years before we get opportunities to move the ball forward. So I just wanted to add that comment to what we're talking about. And I'd be happy to second, by the way.
Okay, we have a motion from Vice Mayor Nash and a second from City Councilmember Schmidt to introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance to amend Chapter 12.18 of Title 12, Buildings and Construction of the Menlo Park Municipal Code to adopt local amendments to the 2022 California Building Standards Code. Any further City Council discussion or questions? Okay, seeing none by roll call vote, City Councilmember Taylor,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nash,
Yes.
City Councilmember Schmidt,
Yes.
City Councilmember Wise,
Yes.
and Mayor Combs.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. LaFrance. With that, we'll move on to K2, consider and adopt resolutions to 1, approve proposed alternates alternatives to the below market rate housing guidelines as requested by Habitat for Humanity Greater San Francisco for the proposed affordable housing development project located at 335 Pierce Road. And two, authorize the city manager to execute a community funding agreement substantially in form attached with Habitat for Humanity Greater San Francisco in the amount of $3.6 million for the below market rate housing special revenue fund for the acquisition of land located at 335 Pierce Road, and approve the appropriation of $3.6 million from the below market rate housing special revenue fund in the fiscal year 2024 to 25 budget. And do I think we have a recusal on this, Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I am recusing myself from this agenda item because I am an employee of Bellhaven Action, a nonprofit organization that may be partnering with Habitat for Humanity on this project. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Here to introduce the item is Management Analyst Adam Patterson. Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. Good evening, City Council and members of the public. I'm Adam Patterson, and I'm a management analyst with the city's housing team. Tonight, I'll be presenting on requested alternatives to the city's below market rate housing guidelines and a community funding agreement related to 335 Pierce Road. Next slide, please. Staff recommends that City Council consider and adopt resolutions to approve proposed alternatives to the below market rate housing guidelines requested by Habitat for Humanity Greater San Francisco for a proposed affordable housing project located at 335 Pierce Road, and to authorize the city manager to execute a funding agreement with Habitat for $3.6 million from the BMR fund, and to direct staff to appropriate these funds in the current fiscal year budget. Next slide, please. The project site consists of two parcels, seen here in aerial view on the slide. The parcels have an approximate combined area of 0.36 acres. They are located in the Bellhaven neighborhood. Currently, one parcel has a vacant fourplex structure, and the adjacent parcel is a vacant lot. Next slide, please. Some background on the site. Mid-Penn Housing acquired the site in 2015 and requested $3.6 million in BMR funds to develop affordable housing. In November 2021, City Council directed staff to use $3.6 million in BMR funds for this purpose. However, that project did not move forward, and Habitat subsequently proposed to acquire the site. In February 2024, Habitat submitted a funding application for $3.6 million to purchase the two parcels and develop a minimum of 8 ownership units affordable at the low income level, which is 80% of the area median income, or AMI. On April 16th, 2024, the City Council approved the commitment of these funds and directed staff to return with a funding agreement. Next slide, please. When an applicant proposes the development of 5 or more residential units, they are required to comply with the city's BMR ordinance. As a residential development of fewer than 20 units, this project requires that a minimum of 10% of the units be subject to the city's BMR requirements and BMR guidelines. To comply with this requirement, Habitat has agreed to provide 1 unit, a minimum of 1 unit. Since that April 16th City Council meeting committing the funds, Habitat has identified and requested several alternatives to the BMR guidelines in order to administer its home ownership model uniformly across the entire development. Section 12 of the BMR guidelines provides an opportunity for the City Council to consider reasonably equivalent alternatives that meet the intent and purpose of those guidelines. Habitat has requested 14 alternatives, which are listed in detail in the staff report along with staff comments. These alternatives generally fall into buckets relating to methodology for calculating the affordable sales price, income and asset calculations, homeowner financing, and program administration. On January 7th, the Housing Commission recommended that the City Council approve these requested alternatives. Next slide, please. Again, Habitat submitted a funding application for $3.6 million for site acquisition, demolition, and pre-development costs. And in April 2024, staff was directed to return with a funding agreement. The funding agreement, structured as a grant to Habitat, is attached to the staff report and includes the use of city preference criteria, including the BMR ownership legacy list for all units in the development, performance measures to guarantee development, primarily as development milestones, with a targeted construction completion date of June 30th, 2028. And for the use of funds beyond site acquisition and demolition, the remaining funds to be used on pre-development costs paid by the city on a reimbursable basis. Next slide, please. So once again, staff's recommendation is displayed here. The site was identified as a housing opportunity site number 60 as part of the city's housing element, and it meets several of the city's housing priorities. This project provides a deeper level of affordability and a longer affordability term than the city's BMR guidelines require for ownership units. If approved, the alternatives will be incorporated into the final BMR agreement as part of the full development application to be heard by the Planning Commission later this year, and would provide assurances that Habitat can administer these units consistent with its homeownership model. Execution of the funding agreement will allow Habitat to move forward with its targeted site acquisition timeline of March 2025 and to begin project development. City staff and Habitat representatives are present to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. Let's go to public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. If anyone attending the meeting would like to make a public comment on item K2, if you are in the chambers, please bring a speaker card to the clerk desk. If you are online, please use the raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen. And if you are calling in from a landline or cell phone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. Okay, I have one speaker at this time. Our first speaker will be Karen Grove. Karen, you should be able to unmute.
Good evening. I joined just in time to comment on this project with proposal, which I'm very excited about. The opportunity to have 8 forever affordable homeownership units in Menlo Park that are administered by Habitat for Humanity is really special. And at one time I read all the staff report for the Housing Commission, and all of the exceptions seemed extremely, totally reasonable. So I just encourage you to approve this. It's very exciting. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. This will be our final call for public comment on item K2. Seeing no further hands, Mayor Combs, please continue.
Great, thank you, Deputy Clerk Sandoval. Bringing it back to the dais. Is there any comments, questions, discussion, a motion? Vice Mayor.
Thank you. First of all, I thought it was a very well-written staff report. It was easy to understand. Thank you. I support all the exceptions. I have 2 other requests, and these are maybe covered under the building codes already, but it would be to, if at all possible, have it be an all-electric building, no methane, no methane gas infrastructure at all. And the other request would be to include EV charging infrastructure. Thank you.
That's really funny. I was going to say the same thing about, I appreciate the staff analysis where it made the decision-making and the comparison of the BMR, our BMR plus Habitat, just, it was incredibly helpful. So thank you for doing that detailed work. And I would say a couple things. Well, one is, thank you for the electric building and EV charging. I definitely second that part. And based on the volume of comments we've been getting about downtown that people support affordable housing, it's exciting to see this kind of come to fruition. Habitat's a great partner. I feel like I'm strongly supportive of this for many, many reasons. And also I would say one of the things that I've always greatly admired about Councilwoman Taylor is the idea that we need to set things aside for true ownership. And so to see that is, I was so happy to see that part as well. So I'm feeling like for those reasons and probably many more, I'm feeling very strongly supportive.
Motion to approve?
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Wise. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Right, we have a second from the Vice Mayor.
Thank you so much. And in the motion, do
yeah.
we need to include the additions that council just discussed?
I would like to, yes.
Through the mayor,
Thank you.
actually, I think it might be a good opportunity for Habitat to explain its intentions. Then there's a little bit of nuance between what maybe certain aspects such as EV charging that might be required by the building code. Some of the other aspects about all electric may not fully be required, but it might be a good opportunity to understand Habitat's intentions. And I think focusing on that intention as opposed to a requirement might be the best in this instance. So maybe hearing from Habitat.
Is that okay right there? Hi, I'm Sidney Stone. I'm the Vice President of Real Estate Development for Habitat for Humanity. And actually we'll address EV chargers and electrical. The EV infrastructure is a requirement of the building permit process, and Habitat will at minimum meet code, which will typically require installing the infrastructure for EV charging and space in the electrical panel. Habitat then also typically seeks funding from multiple sources for sustainability related product infrastructure, including EV chargers. If such funding remains available and budgets allow, Habitat will be able to accommodate the installation of level 2 chargers for residents to utilize. And I'll give you an example of some previous projects. Habitat in recent projects installed level 2 chargers in, in recently completed project in San Francisco from a grant that we got from the Public Utilities Commission. And we've also done it in similar projects as well. And then accommodating electrical bike charging, I know that was another question, is also standard in all of our new projects. Habitat will certify the home in a third-party green building program for the Pierce Road project. We envision at a minimum utilizing the Green Point rating system. We will, with a target of certified in the project at gold level. For additional confirmation, all of our projects in our current real estate portfolio are being designed as 100% electric. So that's our current policy and values right now.
Thank you. So just so I'm making sure that the Vice Mayor had it though as a requirement. Oh, a request. Oh, okay. Well, then we're fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And I just want to add to that, we are super proud of our relationship here in Menlo Park. We have a dozen homes that we started acquiring in the 2008 to 2013 timeframe. We do rehab right now, in Menlo Park, primarily in the Bellhaven neighborhood. We are also working with Sobrato on the 123 Independence project, and we are also an unofficial partner on the Parkline SRI project right now. So we love Menlo Park. We've had a great working relationship with staff. So again, we just appreciate all the help that we received, and we look forward to continuing our relationship here. So thank you.
Yeah.
And sorry, I just want to say as well,
sure.
just how much I appreciate Habitat's model of participatory building and engaging residents and engaging homeowners. And I've participated in a number of Habitat projects throughout my life, and it's one of the best models to really to build. So I just wanted to add that appreciation as well. Thank you.
No, I appreciate that. And what Habitat is doing now, at least at the San Francisco affiliate, is we have multiple different models, right? So right now we're working in Novato on California's largest affordable homeownership project. That's 80 units that will begin construction with our infrastructure this summer. We're also doing 3 homes on a church site in Portola Valley. And then we have an 8-plex, or I shouldn't say 8-plex, it's 2 buildings, 2 4-plexes in Bolinas, in downtown Bolinas, in Marin County. And then we have Pierce. This is going to be a great project again, 8 units, home ownership, and we hope to have this under construction next year. So we'll have these 4 projects under construction within the next year and a half. So again, thank you for Menlo Park support.
Okay, I'm happy to restate the motion if we're ready for that.
Yeah.
We have a motion from City Councilmember Wise and a second from Vice Mayor Nash to adopt resolutions to, one, approve proposed alternatives to the below market rate housing guidelines as requested by Habitat for Humanity Greater San Francisco for the proposed affordable housing development project located at 335 Pierce Road, and two, authorize the city manager to execute a community funding agreement with Habitat for Humanity Greater San Francisco in the amount of $3.6 million from the below market rate housing special revenue fund for the acquisition of land located at 335 Pierce Road, and approve the appropriation of $3.6 million from the below market rate housing special revenue fund in the fiscal year 2024-2025 budget. Any further city council discussion or questions? Okay, by roll call vote. City Councilmember Taylor is recused. Vice Mayor Nash?
Yes.
City Councilmember Schmidt?
Yes.
City Councilmember Wise?
Yes.
And Mayor Combs?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes with City Councilmember Taylor recused.
Well, thanks. Does someone want to call Councilmember Taylor back? I'm used to being the person who was recused and have to be called. That's a different view for me. Welcome back, Councilmember Taylor. Okay, with that, we'll move on to K3, consider and adopt resolution to amend the salary schedule effective February 9th, 2025. Here to introduce the item is Administrative Services Director Brittany Mello. Hello, Ms. Mello.
Thank you and good evening. So the item before the City Council for consideration is to adopt a resolution to amend the salary schedule effective February 9th. The salary schedule lists the salary ranges for all authorized job classifications here at the city in accordance with state law. In the current labor agreement with the Menlo Park Police Officers Association, or POA, there is a provision to add a new salary step that is 5% above the existing top step for the positions of police officer and police corporal. Additionally, the current labor agreement with the Menlo Park Police Sergeants Association, or PSA, requires the city to maintain a 15% salary differential between the top step police corporal and the top step police sergeant. Therefore, the proposed amendments this evening incorporate these salary step changes for both the POA and the PSA. Additionally, there are two engineering positions that are proposed to receive a salary adjustment due to significant recruitment challenges to help fill vacant positions. The senior civil engineer is a supervisory position in the professional engineering job family that requires the possession of a registered professional civil engineer license. A recent recruitment to fill two vacancies for this position yielded only one qualified applicant. And due to a recent resignation, we now have 3 vacant senior civil engineer positions. There's also 1 vacancy in our senior transportation engineer position. Human Resources performed a salary survey for the senior civil engineer to determine if compensation may be playing a factor in these recruitment challenges. The survey results indicate that our top step salary is 10.17% below the market median for this position. The proposed salary schedule amendment incorporates this market-based equity adjustment for the senior civil engineer as well as the senior transportation engineer to help maintain the existing parity between these two positions. No additional appropriation is needed for the POA and PSA adjustments, which were previously incorporated into the adopted budget. Staff anticipates that there are sufficient funds in the fiscal year 24-25 budget for staff salaries for these engineering salary adjustments. But we will continue to monitor these expenses and come back to the City Council at a future time if needed for appropriations. This concludes my report and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Mello. Let's call for public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. At this time, if anyone would like to make public comment on item K3, consider and adopt a resolution to amend the salary schedule effective February 9th, 2025. If you're in chambers, please bring a public comment speaker card to the clerk's desk. If you are online and you'd like to comment on this item, please use the raised hand feature at the bottom of your screen. Or if you are dialing in on a landline or cell phone, please press *9 to indicate you would like to make a comment. This will be our final call for public comment on item K3. Seeing no hands, Mayor Combs, please continue.
Right, thank you, Deputy Clerk Sandoval. I will bring it back to the dais and make a motion to adopt the resolution to amend the salary schedule effective February 9th, 2025 as recommended by staff. But there can still be discussion or any comments or questions.
And one quick question. So I've had a little experience trying to recruit engineers in the Valley. And I'm just curious about the market median. Often in other situations wasn't good enough. And I'm just curious with civil and transportation engineers, do we feel like this is going to be a starting point for other things we might need to do to recruit that talent? Or would this be the thing that maybe finally, gets these positions filled quicker? I'm just more philosophically about the difficulty of recruiting and your view on that.
Absolutely. So when the city has performed compensation studies, either overall looking at our positions or a smaller subset of positions for related to a requirement in the MOU, we did that last year. We look at our standard comparator market of similar sized agencies in our vicinity. And we identified the market median, and the compensation philosophy that we have had is to bring positions up to the median. Now, technically, anything within the 5% of the market median is considered at market because the market is always moving. And so anything that is further behind than 5%, we try to bring up to the market. Even these positions belong to our AFSCME unit, our supervisory unit. They'll be scheduled to receive their next general salary increase this coming July, which is a 3.5% bump. And so the market is always moving. Bringing us up to the market median is in line with what we have done in the past. We are hoping that it makes a difference for these recruitments. It'll certainly put the city in a better position to get these positions filled.
Yeah, not easy. Really appreciate it. Thanks. Yep.
Was that also a second I heard, or? Yeah.
Happy to second. Yeah.
All right, we have a first and a second.
Okay, we have a motion from Mayor Combs and a second from City Councilmember Schmidt to adopt a resolution amending the City of Menlo Park salary schedule effective February 9th, 2025. Any further City Council discussion or questions? Okay, seeing none, we can proceed with a roll call vote. City Councilmember Taylor,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nash,
Yes.
City Councilmember Schmidt,
Yes.
City Councilmember Wise,
Yes.
and Mayor Combs.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. With that, we'll move on to informational items, which are transmitted to the City Council and staff's effort to provide an update on matters of importance to the City Council. Informational items are not action items. However, a City Council member, city staff member, or a member of the public may request to make a comment or ask a question on any of the informational items. Deputy Clerk Sandoval, do we have any public comments on the informational items?
Thank you, Mayor Combs. If you would like to make public comment on informational items L1 and L2, please return a speaker card to the clerk's desk for those in chambers. If you are online and you'd like to make a public comment on either of our informational items, please use the raised hand feature at the bottom of your screen, or if you are dialing in from a landline or cell phone, please press *9. This will be our final call for public comment on informational items L1 and L2. Seeing no hands, Mayor Combs, please continue.
All right, I'm bringing it back to the dais. Are there any comments or questions on the informational items? Okay, seeing now we'll moving on. M1 was the City Council member initiated item, which we moved to earlier in the meeting. So with that, we'll move on to City Manager's report. Here to introduce the item is City Manager Justin Murphy.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I would like to just amplify a couple of things that were recently released in the city's weekly digest for some upcoming events and milestones, deadlines. The first is the Black Liberation Month celebration that's happening on Saturday, February 8th at the Bellhaven Community Campus from noon to 3 o'clock. So that's Saturday, February 8th, Black Liberation Month at Bellhaven Community Campus. And then the second is some upcoming recruitments or active recruitments for the city's advisory bodies with the deadline of February 14th. I have that right. I believe there's two vacancies, one on the Library Commission, one on the Environmental Quality Commission, both of those vacancies created by our two new council members. So again, looking to be able to fill those, and the deadline is Friday, February 14th. So those are updates for this evening.
Right, thank you, City Manager Murphy. Moving on to City Council member reports. Are there any City Council member reports since our January? Yeah, are there any council member reports? Yeah, Councilmember Schmidt.
Not really a report, but I just wanted to publicly say that my youngest son and I went to the community and job fair at the Bellhaven Community Center, where the city really sponsored that, and just want to express a lot of appreciation for putting that on, and great attendance, lots of vendors. And the city was out there in force, the HR team and other folks. So I got my junior kid to kind of walk around and talk to people about careers and colleges and jobs. So I really, really appreciated that. So just more a shout out than a report out, but thank you for doing that.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I have two report outs. One is for Peninsula Clean Energy, which met on Thursday, the 23rd. And really good news, PCE's financial forecast looks favorable. And given PCE's focus on affordability, the board voted to reduce PCE's electricity rates, increasing the discount compared to PG&E generation rates to 10%. It's currently at 5%. And so their rates will drop through June. And then the other, PCE also has completely redesigned their website. It's a new customer-centric approach that provides information that is really easy to find and easy to understand. And I'm super excited about it. I hope everyone goes to try and take a look at it. It really is geared toward the customer. It's amazing. And it's at peninsulacleanenergy.com. I also attended on Thursday, the 16th, a BOSCA meeting where the SFPUC provided a water supply update reporting that the total system storage is at 79% of maximum storage in a normal year. Precipitation to date is average and the snowpack is currently below average. And they also provided an update, if anyone's interested, on the BOSCA long-term reliable water supply strategy, which is a strategy 2050. And status on a new Tier 2 plan and the WSA amendment action items, and on the State Water Resource Control Board's workshops on the Bay Delta Plan. And the board's also beginning the process of developing the fiscal year 2025-26 work plan and budget. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for those reports. With that, before I adjourn, though, I want to thank Deputy Clerk Sandoval for doing such a great job. I think we've all been in that position where you have to sub for a colleague and you're like, but really great job. Thank you. And with that, we'll adjourn.